Spiel. Ja. Wanneer geweest? Oké, dank. Kijk.
Dank u zeer.
Bitteschön.
Merci.
Mehmet. Rolf. Christian. Ik ben Master.
sharp pull, huh? Christian får bra här. Mhm. Rolf schreibt und du hast Belly. Wir machen Pause.
Ich schreibe.
Ah, ich muss mehr hören.
Musst du mich wieder? Muss ich auch grün bin?
Genau. Grün. Grün. Sorry. Grün. Halbzeit. Jetzt wieder. So. Und 40. Check. 27. Über eine 40 geschossen. Oh. Check. Nun. En overhenter. Sorry. Vergessen hinter. Vernünftig. Siebzehn. Ah, 97. 98. Hundert. Achtundfünfzig. Das sind 36, 38. Einundachtzig. Vier geschossen. Check. Dritte. Das ist ganz schön.
Dankeschön.
Das ist ganz schön. Ah,
Du, der gemacht.
Ja.
Du musst es.
ja, ja.
Outside. Outside. Outside.
Hej.
Alla.
Messi.
gedacht. Nein, 64 jetzt. Einfach, ja. Ja, einfach. Ah, 33.
Good morning and welcome along to SDC Tour Event 20. Here we have an upset in the making. Rolf Schelling 2-0 up on Matthias Yost. Everyone's favourite player in the SDC. Good to see him back after such a long hiatus. But great to see Matthias Yost playing here today. Of course, I'm sure Matthias' eyes will be on Swiss Eurotour qualifying, which takes place next Thursday. I would be extremely surprised if his name is not in that draw. Good dart from Rolf Schelling. Leaves 64. Let's get his maths right. So this is the second game for Matthias Yost. He lost 3-0 to Stefan Belmont in the first game. As Matthias Yost gets his first leg of the day. Let's have a look at Rolf Schelling's first result. Rolf Schelling beat Christian Zube 3-0 in his first game. So a win here for Rolf Schelling would secure his place through the group. So a big game for Matthias Yost here.
Sorry.
Damir Vukovich here for the second event. Of course, getting to the final yesterday of SDC Tour Event 19. Impressive display from Damir Vukovich. I think it was on his debut. May stand corrected, but he certainly hasn't appeared in many events. So after the coverage finished yesterday of the singles events, there was a doubles tournament. Quickly find the winner of. It was won by that man, Damir Vukovich and Dominic Ferrero. They beat Marcel Walpen and Luis Camacho in the final. So what a day it was for Damir Vukovich. Matthias Yost is in control of this leg. I would expect him to be the better player and beat Rolf Schelling. Schelling certainly has some good wins on his CV though. Of course, co-commentator James Wilkinson lost to this man. $64 for Yost. That leaves tops. And tops is found first start from Matthias Yost. Holds this game up 2 apiece. Deciding leg. It's Rolf Schelling with the throw. Starting downstairs, okay. Finds a treble. Important treble from Rolf Schelling. Miles away from the target there from Matthias. Must-win leg, of course. Rolf Schelling wins. He will be through to the knockout stages. Matthias Yost loses. He will be out. Turn from Matthias Yost. Good last start. Schelling do. Finds treble. Five's enough. Oh, good tongue body from Matthias Yost. That's the quality you expect. It's been a relatively poor standard game by his standards. Yost turning it on when he needs to. Okay, not sure about the outer ball play there from Matthias Yost. He's given Rolf Schelling a lot of respect there. That first start looks to have blocked treble 19 here. Doesn't find the treble. This leg's in the balance. Yost 191. Could really do with the treble. There's the treble. Can he find another? Okay, it's treble 5. Advantage Yost, you'd say here. 4 for Schelling. Obviously, it'll be 2 19s for tops. Doesn't find treble 19 with the first. Wayward with the second. 29 just does not apply the pressure. Yost starting down the board. Should get a dart now. Oh, that's a mile away at tops. Goodness me. Shaky dart there from Matthias. You would assume he'll be back. 125 for Schelling. That's 14. So the shot is now off. That leaves 73 for Rolf Schelling. 77, my mistake. That's an art of Matthias Yost. This is 2 more match darts. Can Rolf Schelling find the treble 19? He's been searching for it all game. How he could do with finding it now. He can't. 58 left. Oh, misses the big number. Careless from Rolf Schelling. Which allows Matthias Yost 3 more. He's already missed. Make that 4 game darts. Make that 5 match darts. Make that 6 match darts missed by Matthias Yost. Usually so clinical, so composed on the doubles. Some of those were a long way away. And Rolf Schelling finds tops the first time of asking. And dumps Matthias Yost out of the competition after just 2 games. Not the welcome back I was hoping for from Matthias Yost. Can't say he didn't have chances. That'll be the end of the road for Matthias Yost.
Outside. Grün. Rolf auch da.
Goodness me, what a time to pick up our 5th group stage game. Rolf Schelling piling in with a 1-7-1. Of course, the breaker of hearts, Rolf Schelling, has broken mine and Matthias Yost's heart today. As Matthias Yost cannot qualify for the knockout stages. We know now that the winner of this game will take the top spot in the group. You expect that to be Stefan Belmont, of course. Considerably the better player over Rolf Schelling. But he started this leg slowly. 150-point advantage for Schelling. With that real chesty action. Belmont still troubleless. Take a screenshot of this. Belmont averaging 42. We have a good game in progress between AD Feaster and Michael Fuchs DE to decide who finishes second in that group. And Lawrence averaging 83 for the group stages. 3 games, 3 wins for him this morning. He had 100 average in there against Michael Fuchs. Goodness me. Mendel Lawrence already recording our first 10+ average of the day. Opened with an 11 dart leg in that game, Liam Mendel Lawrence. Just the DE playing today. No Michael Fuchs CH. Rolf Schelling is still 200 points ahead here. Doesn't need to go 18s. Just hit fat numbers, Rolf. 85 left. It's 2 more, lots of rehearsal. Just stay straight would be my advice there to Rolf, or to any mid-level darts player. Make sure you get your 3 dart in hand at double against Belmont, because he's going to apply pressure here. And lots of it. First 180 of the game for Belmont. Rolf Schelling in all kinds of bother now. After he spurned that chance at 86. He was on 77 in the last game and missed big 18. Will he miss it again? He does miss big 18 again. Hate big fat numbers.
Yep.
Crikey, a real slow tempo here from Rolf Schelling. He's on 57. Is that a double, or has he found the fat 17? He has found fat 17, okay. 74. Will be 1 dart at tops, that I can assure you. Groups it low. Really don't see this getting found from Rolf Schelling. I was very surprised he found that tops in the scenario against Matthias Yost. 1 at 10s. It's not there. They're a long way away from Rolf Schelling. Belmont seals it on double 10. Had his chances there, Rolf Schelling. As I say, I think a good player, a player better than Rolf Schelling, would have realised the opportunity was on the 86. Make sure you hit 3 big numbers. Leave yourself your preferred double. Instead, he left it in quite the mess. So Jochen Groudens will be topping Group B. He has not dropped a leg yet today. Thomas Kernline's here today. Oh, a good game. Thomas Kernline against Rock Bahor. Went all the way to a last leg decider. Thomas Kernline did get the better of Rock, who will be finishing second in that group regardless. He beat Jochen Clem and Roger Villena. Of course, a few groups of 3 today, given that we don't quite have 128 players in the field. Marcel Walpen is here. He'll be topping Group H over on board 9. Dominic Ferrero in the same group as Roger Tusha. That game was won 3-0 by Ferrero. Sood will be topping Group 14. Looks like Yannick Ludi could be on his way home in a group of Angela Heinrich and Damir Vukovich. There's a much improved player, Angela Heinrich. So Belly in control of this one. That's a good 140. Course Schelling starting down the board. It's 59. Seem to be no messing about here from Belmont. Right in the... Ooh, okay. Expect this to be found. Is found. Belmont leads 2-0. You may have noticed on Stefan Belmont's shirt, he now seems to have the 5th sponsor. Of course, he's always had Loxley and Namidarts.ch and Rekag. But he now looks to be sponsored by a brand called Bellies, which seems to be very on tune. I don't quite know what Bellies are. Belly's Darts House. Okay. Not referring to the type of flower. I assume it's some kind of dart shop. Little browse at the leaderboard for the tour so far. Highest checkout of the day is from that man, Yannick Ludi. He has had a 120 checkout today. Groudens has put in 6 180s. Most of any player so far. So Belly on his way to what would be a third 3-0 victory for him in the group stage. And a likely knockout run. Let's see if we can try and predict who he might play. Still too early to say with games going on around the boards. Just need to treble here, really, to apply any kind of pressure. Rolf Schelling. One 3-2 for Belmont. Everything's just a little bit drooped here. Good last dart. Very good last dart. I was about to be critical of starting on the bull for that route, but he did find a treble. Did recover the visit. Double 16 for the match for second Belmont. He almost certainly will be back. Can't see Rolf Schelling finding this. Hasn't been good on the 18 section. Does find the big fat number though. 76 left. Surely he's not going double 19, double 19. Oh, we did go double 19, double 19. Good effort from Rolf. Doubt it'll be enough. 32 left for Belmont. He's thinking, where is the room? Is that thought going through his head? Cannot see enough room. So Rolf Schelling now. Should get 2 darts. Continue this game. Expect it'll be 8 for tops, but let's see. It is 8. 9 tops, first dart, Rolf Schelling. Goodness me. Slightly careless, you have to say, from Belmont. Missed 6 darts in his hand from 50. That average tells you all you need to know. Belmont playing way below par. David Zing and Lucas Dahlmann into a last leg decider. Over on board number 5. Lucas Dahlmann has lost a game already today against Sven Rengli. So won't want to lose another game in the group. You'd then probably be relying on other results to go through. David Zing, a very steady player. King 60. Kicks off with a ton on Dalman's throw. Good treble 19 from Rolf Schelling. I don't see room there myself, though. Of course, he's using Scott Williams flights. I don't know if they're a set of Scott Williams darts. He certainly doesn't have the same point length and angle of entry as Scott Williams. Let's have a closer look here. They share some similarities with Scott Williams darts, but I don't think they're bulbous enough. They look slightly on the thin side to be Scott Williams darts for me. So belly in control. A little laugh and a joke between the two there. Not sure what that was about. Maybe belly starting on the 19s. Rolf Schelling say, "Hey, you're stealing my personality." So 112 for Belmont. I think this goes single 12 tops for the match. There it is. Stefan Belmont wraps up a 3-1 victory over Rolf Schelling. Schelling played well in patches there. Enough to get his leg on the board. But not anymore to challenge the great man, Stefan Belmont. And he will be topping the group with Rolf Schelling qualifying through in second. Matthias Yost, well, look out if you're in the consolation draw today, because that man will be joining you. Matthias Yost.
Nee, ist gut. Muss ich doch mal
Drücken, Matt.
bestätigen, gell? Da. Ja, noch. Gut. Ja, genau. Grün. Outside. Dinge Anspruch zu Christian.
So here we have our final group game. Christian Zube, Matthias Yost. Both men just have pride to play for, with neither having won a game so far.
34.
First look of Christian Zube. I think might get schooled darts craft here by Matthias Yost. We will see.
21.
Zube has some similarities with Rolf Schelling in terms of how they prepare their darts, release their darts.
54.
Certainly a thrower that you would also say comes from his chest rather than his eyes. So here's the silky smooth throw of the daddy.
74.
Yeah, just not enough consistency from Christian is my first thoughts on this game.
81.
His grouping around any particular treble just isn't tight enough, isn't replicable enough.
37.
Too many moving parts on his throw as well, which of course will be improved, which can be improved upon through playing, through practice, through watching other players and comparing those to yourself. Nice Yost here on tops for the first leg. And there it is. First leg on the board. Nice Yost. Who I think will be disappointed with his efforts today. A tricky group, admittedly. You're not ever likely to get a win against Stefan Belmont in the group stage, but a winnable game against Rolf Schelling. Perhaps just the game order perhaps came at the expense for Matthias Yost, maybe if he had this game first. Should have allowed him a little bit more time between that game against Rolf Schelling. That's all ifs, buts and maybes. Let's see who won that game between Lucas Baumann and David Zing. It was David Zing. David Zing turning it around. Wasn't a pretty last leg. Tomman missed plenty of darts. David Zing got the job done. 28 darts. Break of throw.
That's it, friends. In the fields. Vierde 80.
So Yost here.
57.
In control of another leg. Leaves the fish.
Fribourg.
Won't be getting taken out.
88.
That's a good first start from Christian Zube.
21.
So bounce out there. Tops the target again. From time shots.
Oh, dear, yes. Let's see. Six.
Just struggles with that high dart, doesn't he, Zube? He's had darts going into the tops and into the double five and into the double one. See him miss the board.
Actions.
I think it's because his head is just tilting upwards at the last minute. He's not keeping his eyes fixed on the target. He's moving his head. And as a result, I think the darts are being elevated
No score.
in unison with that rise of his head.
Activate.
Yost making a bit of a mess of this. Another flyer in there from Christian.
Check.
Is now wrapped up. Yost 2-0.
Fields. Vukovich.
Luis Sclaccio here today. Of course, after getting to the doubles final with Marcel Walpen, he has not dropped a leg in the group stages, beating Joel Relapo, Fabio Piscatelli, and Stefan Stern. You'd expect Fabio Piscatelli to be finishing second in that group, and he is, with 2 wins against Stefan Stern and Joel Rappo. Ika Blugiger will be in the knockout draw. 3 games, 3 wins for him. Sebastian Bastian Jacoby finishing second. Yep. So hopefully Mika Lugiga can have a little run today. He's been, well, you'd say he's been playing some of the worst starts of the last 2 or 3 years of his darting career. Can he turn those fortunes around? Ooh, all 3 players have 1 win in the group with Damir Vukovich, Andreas Heimann, Angela Heinrich, and Yannick Ludi. I think Andreas Heimann, on the basis of legs won, will be going through in second in that group. As Matthias Yost is looking at 76 for the match. That leaves double 4. Surprised about the miscount, the uncertainty there from Matthias. Really looked to take on the treble. Now double 2 for Matthias Yost. And there it is. And that concludes our group stage coverage. Impressive again in spells from Matthias Yost. Let down by one leg in the middle. But not enough consistency from him today. Over those first 2 games against Belmont and Schelling. So join us a little bit later, where we'll be picking up a knockout coverage. Hello and welcome back to the last 64. We have an interesting matchup here. Antsud, Dominic Fankhauser. Of course, Antsud has just gone from strength to strength in the last 6 months or so, reaching his first SDC final. I think a run like that is probably beyond Dominic Fankhauser's level at the moment. Not impossible. And I expect this to be a relatively close game. I think Dominic's a good player, consistent player. But whether he will have just the scoring power to live with Antsud, let's find out. Doesn't need to stay there, but does just shuffle across. Okay, 90 left now. Antsud, 72 for the first leg. Goes the 12s route, okay. That leaves 63. Doesn't need to go for the ball. Of course, Fankhauser not on a finish. Just sets up. Just not enough trebles is my first observation here from Fankhauser. He's been close, but just not quite close enough. Antsud has just been a little more finely tuned in this first leg. Okay. This is 3 in hand. He's made a bit of a mess of this latter portion of the leg, as Antsud. Dominic will go up to treble 20 here. Again, not quite enough pressure, you feel. As Antsud finds double 16 at the first time of asking. Leads 1-0. Much better first start from Dominic. A very nice throw, a very easy on the eye action. Speaking of actions, just seems to have slowed down a little bit, Antsud. I think there was certainly a case to be made for him doing that in his game. There were times where I felt he was rushing some visits and some darts. Certainly now seems to be a lot more methodical. If that brings a bit of extra consistency, which in theory you'd think it would. Good 1-2-5 there from Antsud. If he can find another treble in this leg, it's well in control. Again, doesn't need to stay there. Quite surprised he's not looking around the board for options there. Good first start again from Dominic. That's 2 in. Will he stay there? He just to the right. But a good leg on throw here from Dominic. They're the legs you need to prioritise against a player who's probably slightly better than you. Worry about your own throw first. They're the legs you'll have greater opportunities on. It's 1-4-8. Starts on the 18s, okay. Bit of left and right there. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think just attacking the big numbers, just keeping it erring on the side of caution there would be the way I'd try and play that. Ensuring you hit the big numbers, because now he's under pressure. That's 1-3-7 from Antsud. So does Dominic get a dart? Yes, he should. That's 57, 52 left. 16 for double 18, okay. It's just inside. Good effort. Really has attacked that double 18. Good to see. Oh my goodness me. Antsud busts first start. Incredible. Oh my God, it goes inside double nine. Surely Antsud won't make the same mistake again. He doesn't. That's for double 12. Yeah, apologises. Slightly fortuitous, that. That dart at double 16 was nowhere near. But he took his chance. He's one dart at double 12. He certainly made it count. Unfortunate that from Fankhauser. Feel that will be his best chance of a leg on the board here. Again, still staying on the 20s. Really, I'm surprised by his lack of flexibility almost in terms of wanting to switch, needing to switch. I certainly think from our last time watching Antsud, going on that run to the final, beating Shitz along the way. He certainly was throwing quicker against Shitz. Certainly switching more regularly than this. Just 45 from Anch. Fankhauser's throw, ever so slightly, reminds me of Wesley Plaisir's throw. As in, they both seem to throw it very firmly from sort of very little backswing. There's just that ever so slight twist, isn't there? On release. His forearm just seems to twist on his release. Good dance again from Shude. Not enough. It's 45 hit. And that does not leave a finish. Oh, it does leave a finish. Apologies. 158. The 158. Fankhauser. Can he find a ton? Can he apply some pressure? Oh, he can't. Oh. 37 scored. Leaves 1-2-1. Again, is that making Antsud nervous about this shot? I don't think so. Double 5. Things could get messy. Goes inside. $95 left. So Antsud on 5 remaining. There's big one. Can he just kind of work with it? Professional players seem to be so good at just using a dart like that that's next to the double section on these lower doubles. Doesn't find it. And Dominic doesn't get a dart from 76. This leg's just been scrappy from Dominic towards the end.
Entschuldigung. Ja. Ja, ich habe. Ja, ja, ist gut.
Oh my goodness me. Antsud busts his score again. Did that in the previous leg on 52. does find big one this time.
Check.
Finds double two. Just as Dominic had his chances on the double. That chance is ripped away from him. It's 3-0 to Anchsud. I will give you an update from a few of the games going on around the boards.
Was it weird?
We have Ronnie Ungathum, who is 3-0 up on Dominic Heibenese. We have Adrian Victor, 2-1 up against Yannick Keimzos. Rock Bahor, 2-1 up against Claudio Dono. Christoph Schumann, 2-0 up. Martin Guga, 2-0 up. And Andreas Schmutz. Rene Soler, 2-0 up on Roger Tusha. We think Dominic has just run out of a little bit of steam here. And a relatively poor scoring leg on throw. Really do with finding a ton. And does. Right on cue. Retains advantage. As we see Shude just starting to increase the tempo again. I felt the pace of those three was just a little bit quicker. I wonder if that's a frustration he's having in his game. Doesn't quite know what his best tempo to play at is. I assume he's been advised to slow down. Yeah, the rhythm of those three certainly quicker. Feel he is someone who plays his most natural darts when he's playing quickly. Yes, he will make more mistakes, I feel. But I feel this is the tempo he wants to play the game at. That leaves 85. So what can Dominic do from 101? This is where he's been poor in this game, I think, with his setup play in and around doubles. Okay, leaves 60. Not a disaster. Anchsud should be getting a match start here. 56 left. Will be one. Double 18. It's inside. Dominic now. 4 tops for a leg on the board. This is 2 more opportunities. He's had opportunities in almost every leg, but he hasn't been able to take any. Anchsud is the victor by 4 legs to 0. He was the better player, just the slightly higher scorer, more consistently. And Dominic had his chances, but he was not able to convert. Anchsud will be progressing into the last 32.
letzten Spiel im A-Turnier Marcel Walpen gegen Fabio Pizzitelli, Schreiber Adrian Pfister, bitte in 5 Minuten spätestens anfangen. Werden Termin vorbei.
Welcome back to the last 32 of SDC Tour Event 20. Here we have Adrian Fichte. We've seen multiple times before on our live streams. And this is my first look at Yannis Tomman. Not too sure about Yannis. I don't know if this is his debut weekend. He topped a group featuring Michael Waracek, Daniel Hafner, and Bodo Grutter. So a good play. Beat Michael Waracek 3-0. That's an impressive piece of form on its own. Adrian Fichte's a good, steady player.
Outside.
Of course, he was in the same group when Sarah Milkowski was playing. I think Tour Events 9 and 10 earlier this year.
Green.
Adi Fichte is also unbeaten today, beating Tony Massiano,
Outside.
Alain Steiner, and Jonas Zimmermann in the group stage, before beating Yannick Kamzos in the last 64. So here we go. First of 4 legs, Adi Fichte to throw first. think on first glance of both players, I think Adrian Victor will just be the better of the two. I think he's going to be more reliable on the doubles and just a slightly heavier scorer. I think his throw is just that little bit simpler as well. I don't see what's going to break down in this Victor throw. Yanis just has a little bit more arm movement. Just drops that elbow ever so slightly before releasing. Good dart here from Victor. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. First 180 of the game. It's from that man, Adrian Victor. So now into the last 32.
Check.
As AD cleans up 52 there. A few games going on around the boards. David Zing against Ant Sood. Marcel Guga 3-0 up on Bruno Rice. Stefan Belmont 2-0 up on Christoph Schumann. Michael Waracek did finish second in this group, featuring Yanis Tomman. And he has to play Liam Mendel Lawrence in the last 32. Tricky game for Waracek. Thomas Conline, Ronnie Ungtham, good game on board 5. Sabrina Schurler's here again. She's currently 1-0 up on Dominic Amon. Good darts from Yanis. Just thinking his throw is reminiscent of a player as well. It's not quite coming to mind. But I'm a fan. I'm a fan of Yanis. Another good visit there to leave tops. Let's see what he's like on the doubles. First look at Yanis on tops and tens. Okay, could consider busting here. Takes it on. I think more players, as a general rule, if they have one dart in hand at double 5 and their opponent isn't on a finish, should bust it more regularly, or should split, go for big 2. Because I think you don't want to leave yourself on double 5, especially when you've got more than 6 darts. Because this situation can arise. Now he's on just 5 remaining. And I expect Victor to apply pressure here. Okay, doesn't. 2 wayward darts.
Check.
So tidies that up nicely for what was a potentially tricky finish there from Yanis. Unlucky there from Yanis. Almost his first 180 of the match as well. He's just going left a little bit too regularly, isn't he, Adrian Fichter? If anything, my initial thoughts on this game have changed. It's Fichter who's going left and right more regularly than Yanis. Another first start trouble from Yanis. He's in again. Back-to-back Tom 40s in this leg. Leaves the finish after 9. Okay, left. Okay. Again, he's got time on his side in this leg, Yanis. All the more impressive with it being a break of throw opportunity. Again, he's leftwards. Adrian Fichter drifting to the left again. Yanis is on tops. Whoa, that's a wild one. Just 60 from Fichter. Yanis again with time on his side when it comes to the doubles. I don't expect Fichter to take this out. Difficult ask on the 18s. And the shot is off. Need to go for the ball last start there. So Yanis had plenty of opportunities and did wrap it up. Third dart in hand for the break. His first dart. Goodness me, he's in again first dart. Very impressed with Yanis on the scoring section in particular. Again, just looking at that game against Michael Waracek in the group stages. It was the scoring power of Yanis that won him that game. 2 Tom 40s in the opening leg of that game. There was a scrappy leg in the middle. And then he left 120 after 15 in the third leg. So scoring power is not Yanis's problem. He's just been a little bit careless occasionally on the doubles. But he's way ahead again in this, like 100 points plus these. 160 points ahead. Thanks to all those watching along on YouTube. See Adrian Eckert's watching along, and Benny Looked. We see both of those playing in SDC events coming up in the future. Of course, it goes without saying, a big week for Swiss starts coming up. The Euro Tour will be happening next Friday, with the Swiss home nation qualifying taking place on Thursday. So the chance for 4 Swiss players to be playing against all the top darts players in the world. And again, Yanis has time on his side. That doesn't leave a finish from Fichter. this to be hit. They look to be just leaning to the right to open up the bed. Okay, misses. Perhaps a little bit nervous about going inside there, Yanis. I certainly don't blame him for that. Still no finish from Fichter. Now what to do, Yanis? Okay. I don't think that was a deliberate bust, but it's worked out well. As several games are now being wrapped up. We have Jochengraudens through into the last 16.
Check.
Good start, Yanis. Good start. So he goes 3-1 up in Adrian Fichter. We have Ant Sood will be going through into the last 32. Ronnie Ungertham has beaten Thomas Conline. What an upset that is. We know Ronnie can blow a little bit hot and cold. But he's certainly done well to beat Thomas Conline there, 4-1. Jochengraudens beat Martin Guga 4-0. Marcel Guga beat Bruno Leis 4-1. Felix Shitz beat Sebastian Jacobi 4-0. So do we have any tasty matchups in our last 16? Let's have a look. Stefan Belmont will be playing yesterday's finalist, Damir Vukovich. If he gets over the line against Mika Flugiger. Winner of this game, Yanis Tomman against Adrian Fichter, will be playing Marcel Walpen or Fabio Piscatelli. Ronnie Ungertham has set up a match with Roger Hertig. Ant Sood, Marcel Guga. Jochengraudens, Marcin Tresselt. Felix Shitz will be playing the winner of Sandro Egli, Rolf Schelling. Ooh, Liam Mendel-Lawrence against Michael Waracek, currently in play. How's that game going? It's 2 apiece, Waracek, Mendel-Lawrence. So a good game there on board 13. As Yanis in the trebles again. He's just been the better scorer. Adrian Fichter's had some good visits. Can see now starting on the 19s. I think some players, or some people can see starting on the 19s as an aggressive route to try and, if 20s aren't working, it's obviously a ploy to try and score more aggressively, but I tend to always feel it's a negative route. It means you're not confident, you're not happy, you're searching for something away from the 20s, and what a route this is. Will get a dart, it's a double 16. Good effort from Yanis Tomman. That would have been for an 18 dart break. I've been impressed with Yanis. A very good performance. Fichter just hasn't done enough on the scoring stakes. Yanis Tomman back, 3 in hand.
Check.
Double 8, and there it is. The camera adjusted just in time to see that Yanis Tomman double 8 as he wraps up a 4-1 victory. Disappointing from Adrian Fichter. He's wearing the Asp shirt. They certainly weren't. Characteristic Aspinall darts. Disappointing game from Fichter, but impressive from Yanis Tomman. He was ruthless on the doubles when he needed to be. And will be progressing into the last 16. So, welcome back. SDC Tour Event 20. And it is time for the last 16. We have that man we saw in the group stage, Stefan Belmont. He will be playing yesterday's finalist, Damir Vukovich. What a run it was from Damir Vukovich yesterday. Really impressed with him. Let's see how he fares today. Of course, Vukovich beat Stefan Belmont in the quarterfinals yesterday. Beat Belmont 5-3. Before then beating Rene Kern in semi-finals in a last leg decider. Final was a game to forget for Vukovich. He lost that one 7-0. But no embarrassment against Marcel Walpen. So what can he do here? Belmont will be out for revenge, you think? Already it's Vukovich that started the quicker of the two. A couple of other games that are going on here in the last 16. We have Roger Hertig, Ronnie Ungtham. We have Felix Shitz, Andrew Eggley. Dominic Ferrero against Tino Vingerter. Name I haven't heard before. And Martin Tresselt has just gone 1-0 up on Jochen Groudens. So Belmont way out of the picture in this one. 3-0-3 for Belmont. Okay, two good trebles. 139. Think Vukovich will have 6. Okay, stays on the 20s there. It's a little bit surprising. 56 left. 36 left, sorry. So Vukovich, 3 darts, double 18. For an opening hold. Good use of guides by Vukovich. Aggressive start. So what will Belly respond with here? He was looking a bit short on trebles in the group stage. He was comfortably outscored by Vukovich in that first leg. Let's see. Roger Hertig 2-0 up now on Ronnie Ungtham. Who still has yet to go all the way. I predicted good things from Ungtham. Yet to make an SDC final. Dominic Ferrero, perhaps he's going to have a good run today. The draw relatively nice for Dominic Ferrero. He'll be playing the winner of Ronnie Ungtham, Roger Hertig. So Belly. Another turn. Retains his advantage in this one. Belly adding that 5th sponsor to his shirt, as we mentioned. Just in time for all its exposure to the wider darting world next week. Clearly copying Groudon's dart shop, we now have Belly's dart shop.
87.
That's Vukovich. Finds the 3 trebles. Leaves a finish. 158. Will he get a poke? Belmont. Ooh, that leaves 70. Finds treble 18. Good setup from Belmont. Gives himself 3 in hand when he returns, which he will. I really don't understand that play from Vukovich. Why would you start treble 19 on 158? I do not get it. So Belly for double 4. Missed 3 in hand yet again. So uncharacteristic of Belmont. Vukovich gets 2 darts. Double 9. And it's there. 2-0 Damir Vukovich. So for the second time in 2 days, Belmont is on the brink of exit to Vukovich once again. Of course, still first of 4 at the last 16 stage. Must win leg for Belmont. Don't see room there. Okay, just a taunt. Really has lacked those 2 and 3 treble visits today. I'm expecting this to be confirmed by the leaderboard. I feel Belly just isn't hitting enough ton 40s and ton 80s at the moment. Stefan Belmont just 2 180s. 5 games played. Vukovich is in again. That's a 180 for Vukovich. No shortage of 2 and 3 treble visits from him. Perfect timing after he'd started that leg slowly. Belly comes up trebleless again. He's in all kinds of bother now. It is confirmed on the statistics. Vukovich's first 9 average is 91. Belmont is 79. 12-point gap between them. And that's just how this game has turned out. Vukovich has the scoring advantage over Belmont. Good last dart find from Belmont. Leaves himself a finish. So Vukovich on 140. He'll just be thinking about a ton now. They're nice and high. Can he find the treble? He can't. That leaves 80. Belly might just be thinking the same. Has to stay straight. We know he likes stay. Oh, he goes to treble 18. Wow, I am surprised. Finds 2 treble 19s. That leaves 32. A good switch from Belmont in the end. Vukovich looking at 80. Difficult checkout. When your darts stand to attention, Vukovich pulls that low. Barely gets his chance at a break. He's had 3 darts in hand before in this game. This time. Finds it first dart. Gives double 16 a puzzled little look. A section that is usually so reliable for Belmont. Finds it there. Marcel Walpen will be through to the quarterfinals. He has beaten Tomman, who we just saw in our last game on stream, beating AD Fichte. And Liam Mendel Lawrence will be there too. He's beaten Tizian Notful 4-0. Jochen Grauden's Martin Tresselt, 2 apiece in that one. Antje Sood, Marcel Guga is currently 2 apiece. Quick word on Matthias Yost. He's 2 apiece in a consolation bracket game against Alain Steiner. Bad day for the Yost. Priced him a strong favourite to win that consolation tournament today. Belmont in control of this one. Leaves a finish after 9. Only a ton 80s pressure here from Damir. There's 2 trebles. Can't see if that's a third. That is a third. 177 from Damir Vukovich to leave a finish. Goodness me. Both on a finish after 9. Belly comes up with a ton. And Damir get a dart. Probably look downstairs. Treble 19 here. Doesn't. Okay. Starts on the 20s. Big ask, admittedly. But a careless 26. That applies no pressure at all. 65 for Belmont. Does go the outer ball route and looks to have hit the bullseye. So won't get a dart from 72. Vukovich 138. It's still a huge ask. Now he does start on the 19s. Treble 20 would leave tops. How he'd love this. Doesn't find it. Leaves 80 again. So Belmont from 2-0 down. Can he level this game at 2 apiece?
Game shot.
Good use of marker by Stefan Belmont. That's 2-2. Advantage still with Vukovich here. Of course, he won the ball off. He'll be throwing first. If the game does go to a decider. Marcel Guga goes 3-2 up on Antje Sood. Of course, we saw Antje on the live stream in the last 64 round. Question marks over Shoody. What tempo of play he's wanting to play at. Matthias Yost has lost in the consolation round of 32. Dreadful day for Matthias Yost. Makes me wonder if he's got his eyes on that Euro Tour qualifier next week. If he plays like he has today, he will not be featuring. Interesting little wobble on Vukovich's throw, isn't it? Just sort of wobbles it in his hand before he releases it. Not many players do that. You'd think you'd want to keep the dart as still as possible, but he certainly mastered this wobble hand technique. That's Roger Hertig. Knocks out Ronnie Ungathum for legs to 1. Just staying straight at the aim of the game here for Damir. Or as he goes left. A careless bit of Russell. Makes the setup play that much harder next time. Can Belly apply pressure? 58, not enough. Starts on the 20s. Got a lot of time for that approach. Belmont for me is still 9 darts away. 180 might make me change my mind. It is a 140, but it's advantage Vukovich. So he looks at 68, put himself one leg away from victory. 8 or 16. That leaves double 16.
16 red.
Long way away from Vukovich. He's got those long points for tight grouping. He sort of grouped it next to his big 16. 97 for Belmont. Shot is still alive here. Of course, it wouldn't be if that was single one. Good treble 19. That leaves tops. Takes his time. Stares it down. Is it there? It's low. Vukovich is back. Missed one dart for the leg already. Make that 2.
Game shot.
No more missed darts. Damir Vukovich. 3-2 up. Second time this weekend. Could be about to knock Stefan Belmont out of the tournament. For the semi-finals. Who would have thought that? Belmont, another weekend and no semi-final appearance. Now just one leg away from that being a reality.
84.
I don't know who Tino Vingota is, but he's 3-2 up on Dominic Ferrero in the all-German affair there. Felix Shitz is 3-2 up on Sandro Egli. Flying a little bit under the radar today, Felix Shitz. Haven't particularly mentioned his name. He's not caught the eye in terms of performance. Beat Sebastian Jacobi in the last 32. Relatively comfortable group stage for Shitz. He didn't drop a leg against Laurelus Sen, Dominic Fankhauser, and Silvio Cataldi. This game, good treble 19 from Vukovich. Gets himself back in the leg. Breathing down Belmont's neck. Belmont has the answers. That's another 140. So 144 from Belmont. Vukovich not on a finish. Finds the treble. It looks like this game is heading to a last leg decider. Felix Shitz, Sandro Egli is also heading to a decider.
Game shot.
Belmont finds it, sets up that deciding leg. So who's it going to be? Damir Vukovich or Stefan Belmont? One leg for a place in the quarterfinals. As I say, relatively disappointing day for Shitz yesterday, getting knocked out in the quarterfinals. Is he about to get knocked out here in the last 16? Vukovich starts a ton. That's what he'll have wanted. First 3 darts. Belly's trebleless. Again in this game, he opens his first 3 darts without a treble. Advantage Vukovich. Good first dart from Belmont. You'd expect 40 here.
Haunted.
Can't deliver the goods. You're almost thinking tons are not enough at this point from Belmont. Okay, just 45 from Vukovich. This is getting edgy. Of course, all the experience will play its part. Belmont, the much more experienced player. Vukovich, he's close. He's so close. He's willing these into the treble, but he's coming up dry. He's now lost the darts. Belmont should have 12 if he needs them. Turn from Belmont, leaves the finish now. He's in range. Vukovich really needs to leave a finish too. There's 2 trebles. Oh, and a bounce out. That's cruel. That's cruel. 97 would have been so much more doable. As it is, it's 1-4-1 for Belmont. Is his setup? Will he look at the outer ball? Will he take on the treble? Did look at the outer ball. Okay, and finds single 2. Nightmare outcome for Belmont. That leaves 99. Okay, Vukovich starting on the bullseye on 117. Finds treble 20.
Game shot.
Double 60. Goodness me, Damir Vukovich has checked 117 in a last leg decider. I said Belmont might get 12. He had 6. No darts to win from Belmont. As he is defeated yet again by Damir Vukovich. What a checkout that was. Outer ball, Trebs 20, dub 16. 117.
40 is glass.
Ey, in Italien haben sie 7,50 € verlangt, damit sie Spitzen reinsetzen. Für mich nicht.
Bullseye. Bullseye. Outside.
Which field?
Ja.
Welcome back to SDC Tour Event 20. We're here for the quarterfinals. And it's that game you see every week. Felix Shitz, Liam Mendel-Lawrence. Two quarterfinal stone walls. Stalwarts. Stall Cornelia vertices. It's one leg to Liam Mendel-Lawrence.
Good start as well.
Very good start.
I think that's 13 darter, and then he starts off the 1080 next leg. Have you noticed how he's changed his equipment?
Loves equipment changes, yes. Those stems look different. The barrels are the same. The points look a little bit more funky as well. Was he using those last time?
He was using those points. They look like the Onyx points
Yeah.
that Stephen Bunting
We've
uses.
talked about Onyx before.
This looks like 1040.
Shuffling across. Here's 1040. Groups very tightly, does Felix Shitz.
He used to group tighter, I think. I think the grouping has got less tight as the...
There's a lot of players that could be said. I think Belly used to group tighter. I don't think Belly does grouping anymore.
The Belly's in crisis, yeah.
It was a poor game against Vukovich. Beat him for the second time this weekend.
Felix Shit's got to be strong favourite for this leg now.
What about the game? Who's favourite for the game?
Liam Mendel-Lawrence, better player.
Better player, I agree.
He's just on better form. Consistency's better. And he knows how to win, I think. I see Michael Foxty is back in the
Yeah,
draw.
Foxy DE is in. CH is not here today.
Do you like that player? I never quite understand which route to go. When you get your first start in the treble 20,
I don't.
which way which way do you tend to go on 179?
Stay on the twitters. Always stay on the twitters.
You
You
go
try and
to-
get 2 treble 20s in, then big 19.
So Mendel-Lawrence has gone for the treble 20 single 19, then back up again.
Yeah.
A lot of players start 19s.
I don't get it because if you're starting 19s, that means you're just happy with a fat number. For me, it's a negative play. Can he find any room here? He's wondering if there's room.
If he was Robert Owen, he'd find this easily, but he's not,
He's shuffling across,
so he can't.
no room. I think he'll be back.
There's the Battle of the Rappos on board 12 at the moment.
Did not see the Rappo battle. Okay.
Not sure about that.
Yeah,
route whatsoever.
and then he stayed there for bull tops. That's has he?
No, he hit single 18 and then went back to the 14s. Well, I don't even know what that last start was, to be honest.
I know what this will be. Oh, he's put it on the wire again.
Can you just cushion below that? There's no room. There is absolutely no room.
Couldn't get any closer.
There is no room. I mean,
They're two great darts. Let's talk about that. He's throwing 6 darts at tops there. All good darts.
I feel like stackers have this problem on tops, though. Talk about it after the start of double 16. I don't like Felix Shitz taking his time. He's a quick tempo player. It was never going as soon as he took his time.
Just imagine this with a crowd next week when crowd are booing and whistling and jeering. I don't know. I think Shitz might come unstuck next week if that's the approach that he adopts with taking these long pauses on his doubles.
Question is, will there be a big crowd on that Friday session at the
There'll be a few hundred, won't there?
good last start from Liam Mendel-Lawrence? This is what I was going back to, is the stackers on top, because I feel that their dart gets stopped by the wire on top, so you will see a lot of stackers putting that first dart bang on top of the wire. I feel like that's an issue which doesn't get spoken about that much.
It doesn't. It's because I think a lot of stackers go inside on tops. A lot.
Yeah.
I think you always see someone like Ratajski go low on tops. John Bambini's always low on tops. Which if you're going to miss low.
Tino Wingerter?
Ringoter,
Tino Wingerter, 2-1 up in Jochen Ground's a good player.
good player. Roger Hurtig, another good player. Outside sniff for the Eurotour next week. Averaging 80.
Always a chance for Eurotour. Marcel Guger will be lingering, I'm sure.
Oh, he loves lingering, yeah. I'd love to see those points on the Eurotour stage, wouldn't you? I wonder if they're banned. I wonder if they comply with PDC rules.
I think they do. They're not that long. They are that long.
And Lawrence in control of another leg.
This is a 78 scoring average as well for Felix Shitz. No dart, 1 dart double.
1 dart at Favs, I think that's all he's had, yeah.
and that stupid bullseye route on 115.
I'm not even counting that as a dart double.
No. It wasn't a dart double, but if he just started on the 20s, he's a ruthless 20 sitter. Why didn't he start there? But he always finds trap 20.
Body would be nice right about now.
Felix Shitz is a man who never changes equipment. Never seen him use anything different on the circuit.
Never seen him tinker.
You know,
Belly doesn't tinker often either. I've seen Belly use the same pair of darts for multiple years now.
he's someone that I would consider tinkering now. He needs something to just lighten him up a bit, just change up his style, his areas, give him something else to focus on rather than the darts that aren't going in the right spots on the board.
Yeah, just a new design, maybe more ribbing, less ribbing, fatter barrels or something. Just keep the weight the same.
Even just change the colour of the flights can even just give it a different perspective.
Anything to lift that man out of crisis this week.
I know. I want to see him at the Euro Tour because I think he deserves it more than any other Swiss player. Just because he's coming into a 3-month spell of playing poor darts doesn't mean that he justifiably should miss out.
He might look back in 2024 and still think, best year of my career. He's reached Pro Tour quarterfinals twice. Impressive achievements. Okay, modus, he's had hit and miss weeks there. But still a good year for Belmont, all in all.
Big combi attempt coming in here. If this goes, I think it is going to be game sealment. If not, I think we could have a game on our hands. Single 20 for bullseye.
Amanda Lawrence does love the ball.
He's a good ball hitter.
That's nowhere near.
Could be disappointed with that one, I think.
Yeah, it's wild. Shitz. Looking at double 12. Oh, that's droopy as hell. 1 at 6s. Does the recompose?
If you ask me at 4 legs all in a game, a quarter-final, and Felix Shitz has 3 in hand, I would say it is very much 50-50 as to whether it goes. I don't trust him.
On tops, I would say yes. On any other double on the board, I'd probably say no. I think he's a good top sitter. I think the rest of the doubles are a bit questionable. Didn't expect Liam to miss that. Keeps the door ajar for Shitz.
I think he'll get it this
I
time.
think he will. Yeah, but it's
no.
not first start. Oh dear.
Pros love double 3, but Felix Shitz isn't a pro. We always watch, when we watch darts, we always say pros are ruthless at hitting double 3.
You'd think its success rate would be lower because of its difficulty and the fact it's not left that often. But pros seem to be 50+% on 3s, in my experience.
Good guide that. Can he just cushion in?
I think there'll be cushionment, yeah.
Yeah, good cushionment there. That's 6-7 darts now missed Felix Shitz.
This is a fair reflection of the scoreline, though. Mendel Lawrence has outscored Shitz and looks more likely. Shitz now, for me, looks like he doesn't want to be here. 3-0 down in this race to 5.
The Sunday afternoon session in the SDC is nothing to... It's not as fun as the Saturday morning stint.
It's not.
Saturday morning, there's so much hope and joy amongst all the players,
Yes.
and the Sunday afternoon session is about getting the work done. Joel Rappo seems to be coming out on top in the battle of the Rappos.
Who wins that game on board 3? Roger Hertig, Marcel Guga. Currently 3 apiece. As Walpen is going to get the better of Damir Vukovich for the second time. Current scoreline, Walpen and Vukovich, 11 legs to 1 in favour of Walpen this weekend.
Marcel Walpen has come into form just at the right time.
Oh, he is.
If he draws Stefan Belmont in the qualifiers, he will be very disappointed. I wonder if it'll be seeded. If it's not seeded and it's an open draw, anything can happen. We spoke about the other day, the Belgian darts masters. Kim Hybrex wasn't there. We spoke about the Hungarian darts masters. We're missing Patrick Kovacs.
Yeah. And you look at the quality of the other Hungarian qualifiers and you think Kovacs should walk over those 2 players who played each other. Of course, he won a leg off Ryan Searle in that game yesterday, you may have seen.
I saw, yeah. Good little combi it was as well.
Yeah. 86, was it 84, something like that?
want to say in the 70s because it was a 20 for tops at the end. So I think it was maybe a 74, 14, 20 tops. Ryan Searle, Peter Wright today was priced at 10 to 11, 10 to 11. Good bit of value on Peter Wright there for me, but don't take my betting.
As we're just looking at the 19s here for some reason, not quite sure.
A game that wouldn't be priced at 10 to 11, 10 to 11, 10 to 11 is Liam Mendel-Lawrence against Felix Shitz. I mean, that's a 1-3 game at the moment on current form.
In play, it's 5 Eves the 5-0 for me.
Yeah, I'd be on the 5-0, yes.
Lawrence in control of this leg. Should be leaving a double here. First start will be fat 20, so I think it'll be 78 left. Keep your eyes on treble 18, yeah. Leave 60.
For those of you wondering, John Dominique Bolhander has officially left the SDC over the last week. Some disappointing news coming out about John that I'm sure will be released shortly. Choosing E-darts over steel tip. Beyond disappointing.
And we are back to looking at the Suez, which is my favourite view. Now for double 10. 4-0. Okay. Can Shitz do the Hungarian qualifier? 14-20 tops. I'm not sure his name, but...
Oh,
okay. It's a little bit careless. 63. Finds the treble.
he's just missed, remember,
We're
3
looking
at
at double
12.
12, are we not?
Yeah, we are. Bit of hand gesturing there.
A long way away, isn't it? All his darts at 12s and 6s were a long way away.
This feels a mile away now. Mendel-Lawrence is a good 10s hitter.
Cushionment again?
Should be cushionment. You always say, though, right-handed players aren't good at 10s in general.
Liam's darts aren't conventional darts in the way that they don't stand erect and they don't sort of lean. I think Liam's darts, if anything, assist on 10s, which is bizarre because they also seem to assist on 8s. He seems to have cushionment on both sides of the board, which is rare.
I tend to think stackers are quite good on those, like left and right-hand side, bottom corners. Where stackers really struggle is up top. That's why I think you say Felix Shitz is a good top sitter, but not on anything else on the board.
I think Shitz uses guides a lot better than anyone else on tops. I think he has a good depth perception on the whole. Shitz.
I think it's those bulbous barrels. They're a little bit more bulbous than
Yes,
most.
quite heavy darts, yeah. It's relatively easy to get the weight right on a heavier dart. I struggle with the thin darts that I use, getting the weight right sometimes.
As you see, Marcel Walpen win his opening game 5-2. Groudon's currently at 3-3, and Roger Hertig 4-3 up on Marcel Guga.
This Tino Vingerta is a good player.
He's got the throw. He just has to hold twice to make his way to the semi-final. Hasn't played anything exceptional.
No, he beat Dominic Ferrero, which is a good game. The numbers were a bit underwhelming. Beat Ronnie Ungutham in the group stage. Ground's his first proper test today, Tino.
It's all about just playing darts well at the right times in the SDC. You can average 90 in one game, 40 in the next very easily. Well, not very easily, but we've seen like Roger Tusha has been averaging 80s nowadays. The man is a machine. Should have switched there. There was no room for Liam Mendel-Lawrence.
Okay, advantage hits in this one.
Who wins this leg for you?
Felix wins this leg.
Liam starts just sat a bit high of the treble. He needs to find the bottom of the bed is where he plays his best darts.
It's a good ton there. I think Felix checks this in 6. I think he goes 81 here. 77. Good treble 18. Is that one treble or 2? Just the one. I think this goes this 110 on tops. Treble 20, 10 tops.
I think he's a 19 starter on 110.
He could be. He could be.
I think he'll go Trebs 19, hit single 19, hit Treb 17, and then miss tops. Is my prediction.
Let's see. I don't think there'll be any pausing on the double either. I think this will be at a fast tempo, this finish. This time, ball. Okay, we'll get a dart ball. Just don't understand it.
I think it's one of those that when you basically feel like you're out of the competition already, that you're just playing for a little bit
Try anything, yeah.
Try anything to get a bit of camera time on the SDC. Could go viral, you never know, like Yost and Groudens' combination.
So too much darts incoming. And Lawrence at double 16. Are we going to get to see them?
Very much.
Game shot and the match for Liam Mendel Lawrence.
Yeah.
5-0. Good win. Moves himself into the semi-final.
Genau, ja.
Welcome back to the semi-finals, SDC 20. What may be our penultimate leg. Marcel Walpen currently 3-0 up on Roger Hertig. As Roger Hertig misses the big number there for an opportunity at double. Walpen now 1 dart at tops, 4-0. Hertig will be back. Himself a leg on the board. And it's there. 3-1 Marcel Walpen. The winner will play either Liam Mendelorentz or Tino Vingerter. A little look at our consolation bracket. The 2 semi-finals will be Michael Fox, DE, and Lucas Dahlmann against Angela Heinrich and Stefan Stern. I expect Lucas Dahlmann would have too much there. Would make him the favourite to that consolation tournament. Good leg from Walpen. Leaves a finish. Leaves less than 100 after 9. So tops for Walpen, 4-1. Inside on tops again. So Hertig now can't leave a finish in this leg. Walpen has another 6 if he needs them. Double 5. Could consider the bust here. Doesn't. I've said it before, I think too many players take on double 5 unnecessarily. When your opponent is on 290, I don't think there's a need to be going for double 5. Just bust your score. Because this could get messy. Walpen on 5s. Finds it last start in hand. Good last start from Walpen. He is 4-1 up in this game and looks to be cruising towards a spot in the final.
Marcel Walpen seems to be in cruise control here, Trav.
Cruise control, agreed. I don't see him letting this game slip. Hurtig's a steady but not spectacular player.
Now we're obviously getting on to event 20 of this season. Might want to start talking about awards and opportunities for who's going to win awards this season. Can I get your take on who you think is going to win all the different awards this?
Okay. Interesting. You would assume the player of the year sort of has to be Stefan Belmont. But given his recent wobbles in the last month or two, I think that crown isn't necessarily his.
I think it has to be. I know he's still wobbled around a little bit, but I think over 20 tournaments, I dare say he's probably still won over half of them.
I don't think he's won half, but I would assume he has definitely won most, more than any other player.
And I know you expect him to do it, but if this is going to be off merit, the player of the season still has to be the player that's won the most titles for me, or has the most accumulated order of merit money across both.
Or has just been the best player. Belmont has just been the best player in 2024.
Fans player of the year always seems to go to Marcel Walpen, but I wonder if that will be the same. Is he rocking new specs as well?
I don't think they're new spectacles. These could be new spectacles from Vertig. Of course, not one for a dart shirt, is he, Roger?
I don't know who you think your most improved player of the year is, but I think for me it's just one player and one player only. Do you agree?
There are contenders this year. As Walpen looks at tops. Another break and 5-1. Goodness there. I think there's a couple of players. It could be Roman Bellinger. I think deserves to be in the conversation. Has now won 2 titles. After last year, I don't think he even reached a final in 2023.
Very good point.
So certainly a good turnaround, a good turn of form from Roman Bellinger. Obviously, Roger Touche is the man on everyone's lips who you were referring to. Hard not to give it to the Touche.
You can't go from averaging mid-30s, low 30s to averaging 80 and not get someone have a point at that.
We know he should have won the award last year. I think he was the most improved player in 2023, and he has kept that improvement going throughout 2024.
Yeah. Any awards for JD on his farewell tour of the SDC?
Ooh, I'd be inventing awards. Announcer of the year.
He does do a good job of announcing. There's no two ways about that. That left on a bit of a sour note.
Cash counter of the year.
I don't think he'd win that award, quite frankly.
Distributor of the year. I don't know. Walpen now is one leg away.
He's on his way, but obviously practicing for Q School. He recently put that on his Instagram story.
Marcel Walpen.
No, it's John-Dominic Bolhanda.
Oh, sorry.
What do you think of that? Any opportunities for him to get a couple of wins there?
I don't think he wins a leg across 3 days or 4 days of competition that he'll be playing.
He'll obviously have to fund that himself as well.
I hope so.
Not sure it's worth the £400 for an opportunity to play one of the big dogs. What happened to Lucas Dowman in the group stages?
Yeah, crisis. He lost to David Zing, I believe, in a straight shootout for who went through.
Also, Walpen on tops, double 10 for 100 checkout and game sealement. There we go. Marcel Walpen into the final, where he will face the winner of Timo Wertinger and Liam Mendel Lawrence. It's looking very likely to be Liam Mendel Lawrence averaging 88 after 3 legs. So stay tuned for that game. Welcome back to the SDC Tour event number 20 final here between Liam Mendel-Lawrence and Marcel Walpen. Liam Mendel-Lawrence coming through that encounter with Tino. Marcel Walpen obviously coming through the encounter with our man Roger Hurtig. Battle of the specs again in the final between Mendel-Lawrence and Marcel Walpen. Liam Mendel-Lawrence obviously playing some very, very steady darts today along the way, beating Felix Shitz 5-0, Tizian Knott for 4-0. Coming through a tight encounter with Michael Wodacek for 3. Interesting little setup. Obviously, there's a few buys coming through the group stages. Marcel Walpen coming through 6-1 against Roger Hurtig, 5-2 against Damir Vukovich, who was the victor against Stefan Belmont, 4-1 against Yanis Tomman, and 4-0 against Fabio Piscatelli. We'll be joined in commentary shortly by Matt Travis, who was on commentary yesterday with Dan Burnett. Might notice the difference between him today and yesterday. Slightly less beverages by the count of 12. Matt, how do you see this game going?
Well, James, welcome back everyone on YouTube. I see Marcel Walpen winning the weekend double. I see no other outcome than Marcel Walpen minus 1.5 legs. I think he wins 7-3 or 7-4.
I also think Marcel Walpen wins this one pretty comfortably. I do think Mendel-Lawrence is playing well, though. He's on his better vein of form. The semi-finals were very one-sided. He beat Tino Wertinger 6-0.
Look at those numbers against Shitz as well. He won 5-0, only averaging 74. You wouldn't think that would be enough to put away a good player like Shitz. I think he'll need to average 10 points higher than that to get close to Marcel Walpen in this game.
One thing that I probably should call out is we've had no averages in the knockouts today in the 90s.
Have we not?
None. Highest average was Liam Mendel-Lawrence, 89.73.
It's very close.
I'm surprised we've not had any in the 90s. Considering
There's a lot of 70s, though. Just looking down the list, a lot of good but not spectacular darts.
There's a lot of good players here who can average 90s. So I'm disappointed that we didn't see anything today in the 90s. I think Marcel Walpen will maybe prove that wrong in the final. But the first 7 legs obviously a little bit harder to do it on.
That is correct. You could spin that fact both ways, James. No average in the quarterfinals was less than 73. Which goes to show that all 8 players are playing to a good standard.
Don't get me wrong, 73 is very good, as we're about to see our first 180 here by Liam Mendel-Lawrence. 73 is a good average, not a great average. If I average 73, I wouldn't be happy with it. I think there's a lot.
It's a good average for all 8 players to achieve. A lot of them were higher than 73. We had 84s, 79, 78. A mixed bag.
A mixed bag. No, for sure.
But consistent.
It's very consistent darts. It's, from what I've seen in the SDC before, I expect higher numbers. Seems to be a little bit of lapse in form, I'd say, in Swiss darts, coming at potentially just the wrong time. If we're averaging these kind of 70 numbers next week against, I don't know, Rob Cross, Josh Rock, any of those kind of names, going to be a 6-0 dismantling.
Also, you don't see this too regularly, but only 4 Swiss players in the quarterfinals. Or non-Swiss players that won't be competing, obviously, at the Euro Tour next week in Switzerland.
Who are your 4 picks then for next weekend?
We've talked about this before, haven't we? Belmont and Walpen are the 2 that you can, assuming they do not meet in an early round of the draw, which would be cruel in this qualifying tournament. I'm confirming Walpen and Belmont will be there. Shitz, on the basis of his experience, should be the 3rd best player. Probably have to say Bruno Stockley, if he enters, would be the 4th qualifier.
No sign of Rocco Fulciniti today?
Interesting. I don't think he played yesterday either. Wonder if he's saving up his cash to go to qualify for the Euro Tour in Basel, or he could be even on holiday. I think this date would be in the calendar for a while, though, wouldn't you? This week in Swiss starts to be playing, to be present. Another potential massive milestone in Swiss starts. The first female winner of the consolation tournament. Yes, happened last week. Kalina Kanzig. Could we see our second now? Angela Heinrich about to go up against Lucas Dahlmann in the decider. In the final or the semi-final is this? In the final. In the final, okay. Lucas Dahlmann currently 1 up. How did Mika Fluger get on today? We saw that he got out of his group. Bayer. Yeah, we said it's been a difficult year for Mika. He hasn't played well, has he, for much of 2024? Did beat Sebastian Jacobi, though. That's a good scalp to have. That's cruel in the last 32. Played okay in getting 2 legs off Damir Vukovich. How did Roger get on today? I think he got knocked out in the consolation quarterfinals. Get out of the group. Only beating Exxon Alluri. That's not good. That's the Roger. Tough having Dominic Ferrero in there. And a close game against Stefano Shashka. Lost in the quarterfinal of the consolation to Angela Heinrich. How did our man Eggy get on today? Can't imagine it would be too satisfying to watch. Good 140 there from Walpen. I think in the 40s across the board Exxon. It's quite a steady fit. I know 0 legs, but 40 is good numbers. 49, yeah. That'd be 45 eves against you nowadays. So Mendel Lawrence, 1 dart, 10s. I think this goes. I think it goes inside. Outside, both wrong. So Marcel Walpen back to level this game up. Never been more confident that this goes, though.
Check.
Not a huge fan of the fact that we can't have any crowd up here. Yeah, it's a funny venue, isn't it? We've played here before. I think it's in Fribourg. It's in Fribourg, yeah. Fribourg, yeah. One of the 3 venues I think the SDC have used this year. I agree. It doesn't quite feel the same, does it, without a little crowd sort of gathered round in the background. They're all gathered around for the consolation tournament, it looks like, downstairs. Which is obviously played on a non-streaming board, correct? It's down, currently 1 up on Angela Heinrich. Looking to be comfortable 2-0 lead for Dahlmann. It's very good that Dahlmann has managed to maintain his composure and win the consolation. I do think you tend to see a lot of players who are a very steady level not go and win it because it's just... They don't care for it, really. It's a bit below them, isn't it? And they think that. And that is reflected in their darts. And to be honest, I don't disagree that it is below some of them. I think, like, if Belmont's in the consolation, for example, what has he got to play for there? Okay, you're playing for 50 quid, but at the end of the day, that's not even going to touch the side of the expenses anyway. Disappointing day from Matthias Yost. What do you make of the small bits that you saw of him today? Yeah, it was disappointing. He obviously lost to Rolf Schelling, which was the game that came down to for him not qualifying. Rolf Schelling is a very average player at best. I've personally also lost to Rolf Schelling, but it's a game where he's very slow, he's very methodical. He talks to himself while he's playing, which becomes a little bit frustrating to listen to while you're kind of like edgy on dubs as it is. I do think he tends to linger by the board near the end of games. He knows you're going for a double. And it's allowed in darts. It is allowed in darts. There's nothing wrong with doing it. It's just not in the best interest of the sport. I know that I've heard a few complaints in big moments for that going on. Another player that does that is also Conor Steiger. My argument that there should be 20 points between the averages of Matthias Yost and Rolf Schelling, regardless of what tactics Schelling is trying to employ to give himself a better chance in that game. For me, Matthias Yost just shouldn't be losing 3 legs to Rolf Schelling. I think it's the only reason that he is anywhere near in that game
is purely down to the fact that it was as we're.
Has he found the treble 17?
No,
He hasn't.
hasn't.
No.
I think the only thing is it's the group stage. When you play your first group stage games, I had it when I was last time in Switzerland when we were out there in St. Gallen. Your first couple of games are just nervy because you just want to get them over and done with. And then when you know you've got Belmont there, you know you have to win.
Yes.
Rolf Schelling is always going to put in 50-ish points on his average, like 55 to 60 is where he normally sits.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're guaranteed to win. He's going to go out in about 24 to 27 darts. You just have to go out in 21 to 24 to guarantee yourself doing it across 3 legs, which should be doable. But when you know that, your hand starts to rustle a little bit more.
Oh, for normal players, I would say yes, but Matthias Yost is not just he's not an inexperienced novice darts player, is he? He's a very good player who's reached SDC finals before, semi-finals before. Just wonder how much game practice he's had over the last 6 months, over the summer. What's he been doing? What's he been playing?
I think the thing is, I do agree, but I think you see results like this, like you see like today, Lucas Dalman had exactly the same thing in the group stage. The group stage is where you'll see your players full. You won't see players like Matthias Yost if he gets into the knockouts losing. I think in the third, he's played his 3 games. His nerves are out of the system. He's pretty comfortable. I think where you'll see players tend to fall is either in the group stage or you'll see them fall in the consolation where it doesn't really mean much. I don't think you tend to see massive scalps going out early doors in knockout rounds.
We made the comment for the quarterfinal game, didn't we, Liam against Felix? The amount of times you see those two play, it's because they don't tend to lose to poorer players in a knockout game, do they? Liam is just a perennial quarterfinalist. Doesn't always play his best in the group stage, last 64, last 32, but he wins, doesn't he? He gets over the line, and he's always in quarterfinals and beyond.
He does win, and I think another thing that we don't take into account as well is when you play SDC all the time, you go up the ranking, you get nicer draws. There are very few players nowadays knocking around in the non-seeded sections who are really good players.
Vukovich would be the only one I can think of who has only played a handful of events.
Yeah, Vukovich, I think you have the occasional...
like Yost,
like Bruno Stockley coming in halfway through the season. He's never played a game before, and he obviously came in, and that was massive. I mean, when we travel out there, we'd say
the second 180 of the game for Liam and Lawrence.
We'd say we probably average above that kind of regular level of SDC. I'd like to think that I could put on in several games, put 90s, 70s in averages, 80s. So there are players that come across. It's just the consistency and how regularly you get those. I mean, there was that player that I drew in St. Gallen back in the day as Liam and Lawrence goes 2-2 against Marcel Walpen. Who was averaging mid-60s. He was a very steady player, but because he doesn't play all the time, he's not getting seeded. So I think that's why we see Mendel, Lawrence and Shitz in these kind of rounds all the time. Is one, because they're great darts players, but 2 is because they put in lots of time, get seeded higher up, they get the easier draws.
They're rewarded for their regular participation, aren't they?
Matthias Yost,
which he should be.
Matthias Yost has got to play a 3-way shootout because he doesn't play all the time. Game's been very steady so far. I've been quite impressed with Liam and Lawrence.
Yeah, they're both just ticking over nicely, aren't they? Tempo for the game is good. Both looking at a good rhythm.
Could see Dalman and Heinrich go to a last leg decider here. Heinrich's just in front on throw.
Bit of a steal from Heinrich, that last leg.
27 darter.
Yes, I saw it. Wasn't exactly a thriller. That's a perfect first start from Liam.
Just need to stack on top of that. Slice switch.
Okay.
Interesting. Dalman's scoring suggests he just doesn't want to be there. For me,
the amount of left and right from Dalman is obvious. Every visit is ending. Okay, not in a 0, but
Ton 20 could be also from hitting treble 20, treble 19, and a single 3. It could again be more Russell and
treble 1. Yeah, could be.
Could also be a bounce out. Could be 2 trebs 20s and a bit of unluckiness.
Good start.
Could we see our
Walpen.
first 180 from Marcel? Not quite. How would you have priced up the 180 market in this game before the start?
Walpen Fav. Walpen strong Fav. Didn't think Liam would be hitting the first two.
Give me an exact odds what you'd have priced it up at. Liam and Lawrence does
4-7 Walpen. 2-1 Mendel Lawrence. 4-1 draw.
We almost see a 185 checkout. I think the draw is always a good bit of value because it's not guaranteed that you're going to hit 180s in the STC.
Over a game of this length, though, we're going to see 10 plus legs here, aren't we now?
Of course. Yeah.
Won't be tied at 2 apiece.
I think Liam Mendel Lawrence is a little bit of value there, but Jacob down, as Lucas down, sorry, he has 3 darts at tops and he wins the consolation to go nicely alongside his title win this season.
Not many players have won both. In fact, he might be the only player who has won both regular draw and consolation draw.
I don't know whether he'll take that as a good thing or a bad thing.
Certainly a unique accolade that he holds.
In the Mendel Lawrence hits the
Good
out of the ball.
start.
Great dart. Always looked like he aimed for it. You say he likes 10s. I'm not so sure.
He's been a bit shaky one dart in hand 10s. This has been missed the last couple of opportunities. Missed again.
He's good when he's got 3 in hand and he has that guide. Don't think he's good when he's got 1 in hand on 10s.
I think that's his last 4 or 5 efforts at 10s, 1 in hand, and he's missed them all.
You know Walpen doesn't like to split. Gives a little point to say, oh, there it is. On throw, very steady dart so far. Both players still averaging just above the 90, as we see in the background there. Mike Bermudez getting excited with the live stream.
That was Mike Bermudez.
It was Mike Bermudez, yeah. He's thinking up clean-up duty right now.
He is, yes. He's thinking about board sealements.
Do we expect to see him on the rise in the dart scene? Obviously, he's hanging out with Roger, who's put on a good 30, 40 points as average. Will his practice partner, playing well, put him into more stiffer shape?
It certainly makes you raise your game if the players you're playing with regularly are getting better. It's a frustrating feeling when you're being left behind. But I wonder with Mike Bermudez how seriously he takes the game. We know Tusha clearly takes it seriously.
But you would have said a couple of 6, 7 months ago, you'd say Tusha doesn't take the game seriously. He's there just to get involved with the SDC. When he was averaging in the 30s, 40s, you would have said, well,
my only point to that would be, I think he did still take it seriously. He bought the equipment, he was changing darts, he had a darts branded shirt. He was serious about his game, even if standard-wise he was not competitive.
I mean, players always claim to average more in practice, and sometimes
They do.
Some people say it's nerves. Like we've heard John Dominic Borhander mention that he's averaged 70s, 80s in practice. Do we believe this with a lot of players, or do you think it's just fabrication to try and make the opposition think that they're better than they are?
I think there's an element of truth in what darts players say. I think the regularity is what is extortioned. I think you saying you're a 90 average player is an example of such extortion.
I would never say
As in-
90 average.
But if you did say such a comment, because you've done it once, people might think that you do it more regularly than once in a blue moon. John Dominic might have averaged 70 once over one leg in a practice game, possibly.
I don't think you can count one leg as a fair assessment.
No, maybe 2 legs.
I think you have to say you've averaged a certain number, I think you have to do it over a burst. A 3 or 4 leg game is minimum.
But for me, you have to do it more than once or twice. If it happens once, great. These things can happen. You can play well. Oh, yes, that is Mike Bermudez.
Enjoying himself over there.
He's enjoying himself. I wonder if it's Sunday afternoon beverages for Mike. Do you think that's a little traditional? Still going?
Getting overly excited in the background at this game. Looks to be drinking something.
So Liam Lawrence back to 10s. He leaves it an awful lot, doesn't he? Tops and 10s. levels us up. 3 apiece. That's a great first start for Marcel Walpen. Can he just do his classic stick it on top? The 180's in play now, for me, would be strong favourite for Mendel Lawrence. What do you think?
I think Walpen hits 2 before the end of this game.
Liam's first start has been nice.
It's been bottom wire an awful lot, hasn't it?
Do you think his grouping's been quite nice in this as well?
You don't average 93 if you don't group tightly.
No, for sure. And we've obviously mentioned that Liam Mendel Lawrence will be playing Super League soon.
German Super League, yeah.
How do you think he'll get on in the German Super League? Have the list of players if you'd like to hear them. There's obviously 30, so quite a few to get through.
It's a big, long tournament, isn't it? The German Super League, and there's good players. I think from memory, Liam Mendel Lawrence did well last year. He was certainly in the top half of his initial group. I don't quite know how the group standings then work in terms of knockout darts, but I see him doing okay.
Yeah,
Mid-table is where I think he'll.
There's some good players. There's Dragutin Horvat, Max Hopp, Patrick Tringler, Dominic Grulich, René Idams, Nico Springer, Kai Gotthard, Weinig, Trotman, Unterbuchner, Christopher Tunders.
He's playing really well at the moment, is Michael Unterbuchner.
Patrick Kingelhofer, obviously we've seen on the SDC. Daniel Closer, one of your favourite players. Nico Kurtz. No sign. Oh no, there is sign of Fernandes Reutsch is there as well.
Good.
And David Schittling. Obviously got in some drama with Joe Cullen over the last couple of days. But yeah.
So who's your one name? Who's going to win? Obviously, one player plays in the World Championships from this Super League.
So last year the winner was Dragutin Horvat. He's got to be one of the favourites going into it. Some players that are going a bit under the radar at the moment. Kevin Trotman is playing some very good darts at the moment. Lucas Weinig is obviously winning lots of games. But the only tour card holder there is Daniel Closer, which would suggest he probably should be favourite. You obviously mentioned Michael Unterbuchner. My pick is going to be... Actually, my pick is... I've changed my mind. I've just seen one more name on the list. My pick is going to be Pascal Ruprecht.
Okay.
Pascal Ruprecht is a very good player.
I don't disagree. So can Mendel Lawrence get 2 trebles in? He can't. Looks a great couple of guides there just to hit. You will find treble 20.
He did hit it. Did find it. Marcel Walpen never misses 6s, 3 in hand. Never seen him do it.
He likes 3s as well, so I'm not really concerned if he goes inside.
Never seen this man miss 3 in hand at 6s. He does look a bit concerned now, though.
Something clearly caught his attention there, didn't it?
Never misses 6 in hand. 6 with 3 in hand.
Maybe there are a couple of people over to the left of the players. Gave it a little bit there to someone or something.
There's the big screen, I think, next to them downstairs so they can watch what's going on. Steady ton there from Mendel Lawrence. I think if he goes down in 4 tons, he'll get darts his leg.
You asked me earlier, James, about the awards for 2024. Is there a moment of the year that stands out for you that could win that particular award? What's been your personal highlight from 24 season? Bruno Stockley's debut weekend, having him arrive and make, I think, a semi-final and a final on his debut weekend.
Without a win, I don't think I can justify saying that that's the moment of the season. No. There's not been any big checkouts, any flare finishes that have really caught my eye. I think Lucas Dahlmann winning his first title, for me, is a big moment in SDC.
Yep.
I think you could argue as well that the breakthrough moment for Roman Wellinger as well.
2 titles for Wellinger.
Even the weekend double for Vukovich over Belmont this weekend. 2 wins back to back.
Kulina Kanzig, maybe? First female winner in the SDC?
I think I would have given it to her if she beat Felix Shitz. Not beating Shitz has made me say probably not to that one. I think Roger Tusha beating Frieda Lang is a great moment as well.
Oh yes, huge moment, yeah. I dare say if one of the players that we see at the moment plays well in Eurotour next weekend,
We could say that as our SDC moment of the season, if Walpen is to have a run at the Euro Tour. And we see another 180 from Liam Mendel Lawrence. Is there room? No room. I didn't think there was room. It rejected it due to lack of room. Is he going to go the 20s route? He will. Your favourite route. Doesn't hit it. Can he just set it up? His throw is looking as smooth as it used to. There was a period where it stopped looking as smooth. Looked a bit too like... There was a kink, wasn't there? For a little while, his elbow seemed to kink on his throw. I think that was most noticeable in the World Cup and Euro Tour, particularly when he was shaking, wasn't he, in those games? Mendel Lawrence, is there room there? I don't see it. This is the problem with stackers at the top of the board. Stackers love the sides of the board, so I think sixes would be nice for him. But will he get a dart? That's the question. Might be starting 16s here. Let's have a look at his eyes. I hope 20s it is. Be 4 for tops, I think. The man loves 4s. I think it'll be 12 for double 16. It is 12. It is 12. Should have gone 4 for tops. Smiles, he knew he should have gone 4 for tops. Mendel Lawrence, I think, will clean this up. They've just been exchanging holds here, haven't they? Will this be the first clear opportunity for Walpen to break? It won't be. Mendel Lawrence levels us up again, 4 apiece. See Roger Tusha sat down there with a can in the corner. He's deserved it after his efforts this weekend. Another good weekend. Yesterday, a last 16 as well, I see. Wow. Really impressive. Will he be seeded soon? Is that a crazy question? Making last 16s regularly will get you seeded. Well, yes. I think there are still 10 events left in the SDC this season. I wouldn't be surprised if Tusha is a seed for one of those events. It's our best of 5 game. It is. Walpen with throw. 60 is probably not enough there. Mendel Lawrence has been scoring incredibly well. I think this will be a ton, at least. It's all about that first start, really, for Mendel Lawrence, isn't it? I think this will be 55. The adjustment is incredible for Mendel Lawrence. He'd have hoped for more after that second dart. That second dart was sat perfectly. He'd take a ton there. Again, something seems to have distracted Walpen. It's the second or third time in this game where he just looked around and just lost his composure. Will he start downstairs on 306? He won't. Does start downstairs on 306. I feel like pros like to do it. I don't get it. Personally, I get the concept behind it, hitting a 136 to leave 170, but the chance of you hitting the 170, the chance of you hitting the 136 or the 139, the likelihood of Walpen even leaving a finish from 281 is sort of next to none. Okay, he could hit a 140 and leave 141, but is he going to check 141? He got a dart for it in the 5th leg. I think there needs to be more stats around this taken out. I would love to see a bit of work from Darts Oracle to come out and say, is it justifiable to go for that route? Yeah. Is it worth it? Yeah. Because I think not. And we've said this both between the two of us multiple times. Yeah. I think a lot of darts commentators nowadays are sort of inducing it, aren't they? The whole narrative is being changed by a number of darts commentators who are suggesting that there are better routes, starting 18s on 305, for example. Oh, it drives me crazy because the thing that I find stupid about it is it's like they say it's poor maths if they don't do it. They do, and it's terrible. Tom 40 here would be good pressure for Liam. Yes, the game is a game of maths, but really it's a game of trebles, and I think you're far more likely to hit treble 20 if you're going for it regularly. Marcel Walpen's found it here. Treble 11. 11 or treble, double 14. Moments there.
Yep.
What do you think, James? Outside, in the middle, inside? I don't think he gets it.
Check.
It does look big, the 14 second. When they zoomed in on it, I was about to change my answer. It's a great combination finish. Walpen made it look very big. That's a great dart as well. Given he had to recompose, he wasn't sure if that treble 11 was in.
I'm not a huge fan of recomposing, but I think there's a difference between when Marcel Walpen does it compared to when Felix Shitz does it. Marcel Walpen plays at a relatively slow tempo anyway.
He does. He's not as rhythmic as Shitz. No, that's true.
I think he might run away from it from here.
What a way to start the leg. 1-2-1 out, followed by a 180, his first of the game. 2-1 on the 180 stakes now. What has Liam got left in the tank?
Great first start. You can go up or down.
Or side to side. There's room to the left and the right.
He'll be disappointed after that first start just hitting a ton.
I think players of any level, if your first start's in and in the spot that you like, just coming away with 100. That's another good 2-treble visit from Walpen.
This has to be a ton 14 really minimum here. But any kind of pressure on, I don't think it will be. I think it'll be a ton. Dealing in tons at the moment is Mendel Lawrence. Oh, has the pressure got to him? Yes, it has. That first start.
Should have a little look downstairs, maybe. Oh, okay.
I think there was room in the middle, but trying to readjust after those first two was going to be difficult.
Another ton just puts the boot in here, and I expect him to just clatter underneath those 2 darts.
It's clattered in one long line. It's clattered slightly underneath, but it's not gone in.
Last chance saloon here for Mendel Lawrence. Has to be ton 40 again. There is one. I expect him to find another here. Doesn't. It's not enough. Walpen should have 6 at this. So look, will he start out of ball? He will go out of ball now for double 18.
Goes back to 11. He's going for the ball. Good leave, though. He'll be loving that right now. Mendel Lawrence will be livid. Although he won't say it, he'll be livid the fact that that's hit single 18.
5-6 would be our biggest finish of the day. It won't be going.
Great setup play from Liam Mendel Lawrence. Applies the pressure. But I think Marcel Walpen will say, what pressure? That's a great guide for him. Oh, wow. Double 8 last start.
I think it goes.
I think it does as well. And it does go.
One more. Marcel Walpen needs one more leg. He's one away from a back-to-back weekend title here in Fribourg. So will this be it? Will this be our last leg of SDC Tour Event 20? What do we think, James?
I think it will be. I can't see Marcel Walpen getting broken. I think he's just holding too strongly on throw. And I must say, this is probably the first time where I've seen you with multiple times in a match give correct predictions. You said 7-4. You called the 1-2-1. You called the double 8 there. I'm impressed. The spears may be going away for you, but the knowledge of the spears is growing.
I've been very impressed by Walpen's readjustments. Not that he's gone left and right too much in this game, but when his first starts low or high, he just seems to be able to make the correct adjustment to find a treble. I think too often if Liam Mendel Lawrence goes high of the treble 20 like that, he's not making the sufficient adjustment to find a treble. Again, no treble.
I always find with stackers one thing that you don't talk about, the difference between the two. Okay, you're aiming for the same section of the board, but for understackers, your first start you're aiming just above the treble 20. For stackers, you're aiming just below the treble 20. The part below the treble 20 is a lot smaller, a lot thinner, and a lot more likely to rustle. You're going to put it more left and right, and I think that's the thing that you don't see with a lot of stackers is a lot of straight darts. I think Mendel Lawrence is very good, I think, at keeping it straight relative to Marcel Walpen, I don't think he does.
Mendel Lawrence always hits 5. If Mendel Lawrence is going left and right, he hits 5. But for me, Walpen is just a very straight thrower. Very rarely see him in the 1 and 5.
This will be a 180. That start was perfect for him.
125 is more than enough.
He's 100 points in front of Liam Mendel Lawrence. This has to be a ton 40 again.
he was in this exact scenario last leg, 2.56, and we said he needed a ton 40. Found it last time. He hit a ton last time. I think he's not even going to get that this time. 6 darts from Marcel Walpen from 146. Start on 19. Just wants to get a treble here. Readjust perfectly.
Yeah, 86 left.
Oh, okay. He's playing again. 83 is not a given. If Mendel Lawrence can hit a ton or a ton 40 here, you'd say there's a bit of pressure on.
Lawrence will just be praying next time that Walpen's first dart is not treble 17.
Should have gone downstairs. Has to stay there almost now because treble 19 leaves him a 3-dart combination.
This is the maths he's doing in his head. Shuffles across.
In my opinion, should have switched off that second dart, after the first dart, sorry. Hit a 96, leave it on. There's not really any pressure on this 83.
Oh, great first dart. Gets himself 2 in hand. Only needs the 1. And from 4 legs apiece, Marcel Walpen runs off 3 straight legs to win SDC Tour Event 20.
I mentioned to you beforehand that no player had averaged 90 throughout the knockout stages. Both players in the final averaged 90.
It was a good final, a good game. The better player won. Lawrence just couldn't quite live with Walpen, could he, towards the middle and latter part of that game.
A good tournament, though, and a great weekend for Swiss darts.
And Walpen, in as good a position as he could hope to be in, following a home Euro Tour next week in Switzerland.
We'll be watching that one for sure, and I hope you will be too.